the shape of your heart's in a broken mess. Are you the one who will never give me up? The only time I see you is if we're going down. Midnight calls to see if I'm up. You only ever need me when it's time to see you. Ah, 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 ah.
I gave an update to some of the members as to where the IOC is on the issue of safeguarding and what the plan is for the next few years moving ahead. So I thought it might be useful for all of you to get a sense and understanding of where we are on the issue of safeguarding. Right now, we have a safeguarding certification program. It is available. It can be, you can ask Olympic Solidarity for support and funding for NOCs and IFs to take the course. The challenge is, right now, it is in English language, and it requires an Oxford level of English language proficiency. And that is a barrier for a lot of people to be able to take the course. We so far, I think, got about 350 people been through the program, and we're developing a global network. In Cascais, I had a talk with the Pan Am Secretary General, and they asked us whether there's a possibility of doing it in multiple languages. And in particular, for Pan Am, Spanish was a language that they wanted to be able to take the course in. We are now working with the university in Madrid to try and see if that can be done. If we're successful there, and then go to the Sorbonne and try and do it in French. So that expands the number of languages for this course, and therefore our global reach will become so much better. But we're also working on something called the Initial Point of Contact course. That is a 5-day course. It will be done in multiple languages, and it's designed to be, as it says, the initial point of contact. So if people are or NOCs want to, or national federations, if you have large national federations, want to have a safeguarding point of contact, that will be the course that will become available hopefully this year. This will allow us to do it in multiple languages, so we can do it even regionally, and it will provide a greater reach for us. The idea being is that if anybody has safeguarding issues, they would resort to contacting that point of contact. If it is beyond the capacity of that individual, then he would then try and refer it to a certified safeguarding officer to take the role on. This way we think we're going to have far more impact, and particularly what we want to do is impact in the field. So this will be something that we're hoping to unroll this year. Unfortunately, because I was a candidate in the IOC, I was asked not to engage with the staff on this issue, so I'm a little bit behind, but now that everything is clear, I'm back on the case. So we will be looking to follow this up. I also informed the session that we're now looking at, as part of that working group, of developing what we're calling regional hubs. We're focusing on 2 areas. One is in Oceania, the other one is in OCA Zone 6, to try and prove that the hub system works. If that is successful, we'll be able to transfer the learning from there and use that as a blueprint to build up more regional hubs and to be able to unroll it. The mandate from President Thomas Bach was he wanted to have safeguarding felt on the ground everywhere in the world. What I had promised, I said I want to under-promise and over-deliver. I want to prove this concept works, and we're working on it, and hopefully by the end of this year we will have that in place. And that will hopefully be a template that other regions can then look at adopting that hub system. So this is where we are currently in our thinking. We understand safeguarding is important. It has to be implemented everywhere. When I come to talk about gender equity, I also come to talk about safeguarding because I think it's an important issue. We recognize it's a cultural issue, as in it is in every society, it's a societal issue. And this is going to take a lot of work from all of us together to be able to address this issue. But it is something we can't ignore. I talked about the integrity of sports. If we want our kids to be able to play sports, the parents need to feel that it is a safe environment, that there are things there that will protect their children from any form of harassment and abuse. So it is something we are working on, but I just wanted to update you on where we are and what our next steps are. And so, like I said, hopefully later on this year we'll be able to unroll the point of contact program. It'll be a 5-day as opposed to the certification, which is almost a whole year of studies. And that will allow all of the NOCs in the world, all the IFs, to at least have a basic understanding of what safeguarding is, and know if they get a complaint, how to be able to deal with it. If it's beyond their capacity, they can then refer to safeguarding officers in their region, in their hubs. So that's just the current state of affairs, and I thought it's important for you to know, because in one of the sessions, somebody said we need to get safeguarding officers. So I just thought I'd give you an update where we are. We are working on it. The ISC is very serious about this. This is a topic that we don't take lightly, but we also want to get it right. Trust is the most important thing. If the athletes don't feel they trust the system, then nobody's going to come forward. And then people can say, but we're not getting any complaints. That doesn't mean it's not happening. So we need to build that trust, and people have to feel that the system is working and will protect them. And that's why we're taking our time to get it right rather than to rush something out. So I just wanted to give you just an update so that you're all aware of where we are and what we're doing. It is being looked at, it is being addressed, and hopefully we will be able to show examples of that in the very near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness, for these important updates. We are honored to welcome Olympic gold and silver medalist Ms. Heidelin Diaz. As a trailblazer in weightlifting and a symbol of perseverance, Heidelin will share her remarkable journey. Please welcome Ms. Heidelin.
Good morning. So today I will be discussing about raise the bar by lifting others. So who I am. I am Heidelin Diaz, a Filipino weightlifter who make history by becoming the first Filipino to win a gold medal in the Tokyo 2020 Olympics. I won also silver medal in Rio 2016 Olympics and gold medal in Asian Games 2018 in Jakarta, and 2 golds in SEA Games 2019 and 2020. And now I'm part of IWF as Executive Board Member, Athletes Commission, Deputy Chair. And I'm student now, currently studying Project Management, and endorser, public speaker, and an author. Maybe you're wondering how I started, but first I want to let you know I'm from Zamboanga. So Zamboanga is the whole Philippines, and Zamboanga is here. And I'm a daughter of Eduardo and Melita Diaz, a tricycle driver and a housewife. And we are 6. So imagine that my dad daily income is 200 to 300 pesos. So it's around 40 to $50. So how we can survive? So basically, we're poor. I'm from poor family, and now you're wondering, how did Heidelin started doing weightlifting? So I started doing weightlifting when I get curious with my cousin. My cousin doing weightlifting just a wood stick under the tree. They're doing techniques. They're 5 boys, and I'm like, oh, can I join? Then when I joined them, and I'm like, this is the sports I belong. And because I tried a lot of sports, badminton, volleyball, basketball, but my cousins are so good. Boy cousins and girl cousin, I'm like, this is not my sports. With weightlifting, when I tried once, and this is where the sports I like excel. As you can see in this first picture, this is my first Batang Pinoy, first competition. This is me, yes, this is me. And I remember my first competition, it's so nostalgic because it makes me like, when you have first competition, everyone's an athlete. When you have first competition, it's like, you're so excited, you want to make your best, and the feeling is like unlimited. You're just imagining things, then you want to win. But I just want to tell you, I win gold here because I'm alone. So I'm the first woman in my category. So it's not that we're just starting doing weightlifting that time. This was 2004. And I want to share to you also that my mom doesn't want me to do weightlifting. Because this is what she said. Weightlifting is a men's sports. You should be at home doing house chores. You will have a lot of muscle. No guy will like you. You won't get pregnant because you're lifting heavy weights. Maybe most of you here can relate because me, this is what my mom said, and growing up, it gives me the insecurity. But again, yes, my mom doesn't want me, but when she saw me doing weightlifting and enjoying the sports, and when she saw that there's an opportunity in sports, and she saw that, she gets scholarship. Then 2 years after I'm in weightlifting, I became national team. So I was able to help my family. So I was able to give my half salary. That was 4,000 before. So that's like $100. $100? Yeah. Oh, $100. So I was able to give my mom to buy rice. So I was able to provide for my family and pay for my miscellaneous also for the school. And then because of weightlifting, I was able to go to SEA Games. I was able to be in national team. And there's a lot of possibilities that gave me. Then I just want to share to you that I'm a 4-time Olympian. So before I won the gold and silver in Rio Olympics, I was in Beijing Olympics. So this is me again. This is me again. So in Beijing Olympics, I was a wild card athlete. So just in IWF, they see my potential. Oh, this athlete is potential, so they let me compete, and I don't know what is Olympic. When I was there, I'm like, what is? There's a lot of big names here, and I'm like, oh, so this is Olympics. We have to. Most of the athletes here has their, like they earn it. They're the best of the best, and I told myself that in the next Olympics, I will qualify And yeah, I get qualified. But as you can see in the picture, I did not finish. I did not finish, and I remember the time I was the flag bearer in London Olympics, and then I did not finish. It's a shame for for my family and for the Philippines, but yeah, it's a shame. But I just cry for 2 weeks. Then a friend motivate me, telling me that don't give up. It's parts of athlete life. So after that, I told myself that yes, next time I will be qualify and I will win medal no matter what. So along the way, I get, okay, there's a dream, winning a medal, any medal, silver, bronze, gold, but along the way I get injury. So, you know, when athletes get injury, they will ask themselves, it's like, is this the end of my career? Yes, that's what I feel before. Emotionally, physically, mentally, I'm like so down. But that's also my breakthrough because I'm focusing on my goal and I told myself I will look for ways to be a better athlete. I will look for ways to be good in my sports. But later on, I realized that it's not only like focusing in one thing. You have to open yourself for other things. Sports science, sports psychologist, sports nutritionist, and along the way, it became my breakthrough. And like earlier, I told you that I have my insecurities. That's the time also I realized that I love the sports. I love the sports and I love myself. And I have to embrace who I am. Because before, when I was so insecure, I'm just hiding myself. I don't want to let anyone knows that I'm a weightlifter, that I have this big muscle. I'm hiding myself. But after these injuries, and I'm like, no, this is who I am. This is the sports that I love, that been with me for how many years. And this is sports define who I am. And I will do my best because I love the sports, I love myself, and I love Philippines. So I won the silver medal in Rio Olympics. At first, it's like, for me, I know already I win this. There's already a standing because weightlifting is a measurable sports. So I know I will win bronze medal. But God gave me silver medal because some athletes did not finish. So I gave me silver medal and I had injury also. And I told myself that if I have injury now, maybe in the next Olympics, in the next 4 years, I can win gold medal. So when I go home, there's a lot of like welcome party in the Philippines, and I I straight told them like I will go to Tokyo 2020. I will win the gold. So that's how I started. I had a dream. Then after Rio Olympics, I just also realized going home, there's a lot of kids, and I realized, wow, it's not just a medal. There's a responsibility behind it. Because that time, I realized that the kids, when I say like inspirational message to them, they will be like, wow. So I influenced the kids. I realized I became a role model. So I realized the silver medal and the gold or medal in the Olympics, it's a big responsibility in my part. So I just realized that after Olympics. Then, yeah, I had a bigger dream, Tokyo 2020 Olympics. And then we train, we prepare, and then we get stuck. As you can see, 2020 is pandemic, right? I get stuck in Malaysia. I want to thank my Malaysian here. Thank you for welcoming us in Bukit Jalil. Thank you also for hosting us in Malaysia. When we were in Malacca, giving us house, letting us use their garage to train. I want to thank them. And during that time, 2020 Olympics, they said it's postponed. And I'm like, what? It's additional 1 year to prepare. As an athlete, as additional 1 year to prepare, it's like, wow, additional year to be out with not with my family, with my school, with everything. I just have to focus, and it's pandemic. But I also realized that it's for our safety because it's pandemic, and I just have to take it day by day, and I have to think it that I need it for me to strengthen myself. And yeah, I won the Tokyo 2020 gold medal. Video, please. Video. Yes. This one. That's what we do. Yeah. To the Japanese also that um, do the who do the organizing committee of Tokyo 2020, thank you for making it happen because the time you gave us hope. And yeah, I just want to say thank you. Thank you. And now, I just graduated to 2023 in De La Salle College of St. Benil, business management, and I continue studying in its sports ethics and integrity in KU Leuven. So they have summer course. If you have like an athlete, Olympian athlete that want to get a course, they have it on summer. So yeah, I continuous learning, and I had that last year um, in, in Paris 2024, after the Paris 2024. Then I am part also of the IW Executive Board member, so we're more on the policy maker. We're doing some changes, and as you can see, there are more women now in weightlifting. There are also athlete representative for there, so voices are being heard in IWF. And now, I'm a co-founder of Heidelin Diaz Weightlifting Academy. So we're spreading weightlifting, and we have 30 to 35 athletes. It's in Hala Rizal, because I told myself, even though I built the gym in where I live in Zamboanga, we built a gym in Luzon, it's north. We built gym there to spread more weightlifters, to build more athletes, and to teach them how to be champion in life and in sports. And now, currently, I'm doing spearheading the weightlifting in Palarong Pambansa. It's a scholastic competition in Philippines that it's in every region. There's 17 regions participating. It's been my dream to include weightlifting in that competitions because, as you can see, I want to spread weightlifting all over the Philippines, and I want them to see that weightlifting is really the sports for Filipino. And I thought it's easy because like you do all the paperwork here, then I just realized that I have to go down and I have to spread it to all the 17 regions. And now I'm doing it, and yeah. As long as we're doing the, influence the kids and making difference, it's hard, but it's rewarding. My key takeaway, maybe you're wondering why I say all these things, my achievement, the history I make in the Philippines. Because as a sports leader, we will make impact for our country, for the organization, for the athlete's life. With the policy and program, project you make, you give the athletes the opportunity to showcase their talent, their strength. First, I just want to thank the IAAF Olympic Committee, SEA Games Committee, even the Philippines government and Philippine weightlifting, all the sports program that they make for Filipinos, and all of you also for making programs, because you make really an impact for us as an athlete. So my key takeaway, later, sports gives me the opportunity to meet new people, discover new cultures and foods and places. It's sports and weightlifting for me. It inspires me to dream, have directions, and determination to achieve my heart's desire. Sports inspire me to influence and encourage others to pursue their dreams. So I just want to give a key takeaway to you, all the sports leaders. I just want to tell you that I am the byproduct of your decisions, policy, program, in the board or in the sports in the Philippines. So when you saw me won this gold, it's because of you guys also. You're part of it. You're part of the gold medal I have right now. Two is to please include in women in your sports program for grassroots competitions, sports leaders, or frontliners. We need to showcase their strength and give them the opportunity and opportunity. And also please include athlete voice to your sports programs or your decision making, so they may help, and also give us an opportunity to be a sports leader someday. Mentor us and guide us. I know it's hard to be a sports leader because as an athlete, we're just seeing the world, the sports, to perform, to achieve. But as sports leader, we have to see the whole thing. The organization, the consequence and pros of our decisions. And as an athlete, we always see how we can contribute to the sports. Please give us chance. My third is, let's work together for the sports by giving opportunity to the women's athletes and athletes to excel in their respected sports. Let's build athlete from nothing to champion in life and in sports. I just want to tell you again, thank you for giving me this opportunity, the platform to say that I am the byproduct of your decisions and the policy that you make. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hidelin. You're an inspiration. And now we move on to the panel discussion Global Perspectives on Gender Equity, who will be moderated by Pedro Diaz. Pedro will present the panelists.
Good morning. How are you today? Ready to a new fight? Wow, what an inspirational story, you know? If you needed a motive to work on gender equality, I think that it was already showcased here. Thank you very much for this inspirational moment. I already cried a little bit. I guess everybody did. Now we go to a round table with a group of very special persons to me. You know, although I work in gender equality, and this is also my passion, I get paid for this, you know? At the end of the month, they pay me for this. But there's a group of ladies all over the world that they are completely devoted, and they do it on their free time, which is not much, as you will see when I will tell about their CV. They do a lot of stuff, but nevertheless, they are completely devoted on the topic. They work daily on their continents with their counterparts with the national Olympic committees. And let's hear a little bit more about them. And I will start presenting Alicia de Morea from Argentina. She's the chair of the Pan Am Sports Women in Sport Commission. She's a lawyer and a businesswoman, but also the vice president of the Argentinian NOC. She's a strong advocate for women in sport leadership, being involved in multiple projects to engage gender equality in sport governance and institutional policy. Alicia, please join us. Thank you very much. I will also call to the stage Matlohan Rakopoko from Lesotho. She's the IOC member and chair of the ANOC Gender Equality Commission. She was the president of the Lesotho NOC and has more than 2 decades of experience as a leader in international sports governance. Matlohan has also contributed significantly to strategy planning within the African sports movement and continues to influence key areas such as athletes' well-being, safe sport, and gender equality. Matlohan, please. I will call now Liz Dawson from New Zealand. She's the co-chair of the ONOC Gender Equity Commission. She's also the current president of the New Zealand NOC. She has been a vocal advocate for diversity, safe sport, and opportunities equal opportunities in leadership roles. In recognition of her contributions to sport, she was appointed member of the New Zealand Order of Merit in 2018. Liz? I will call now Anne-Marie Phelps from the United Kingdom. She's the chair of the EOC Jedi Commission. She's an Olympian rower and also the vice chair of the British Olympic Association and co-chair of the International Working Group that you will hear later on. She has experience as a leader in the sport governance and safeguarding and inclusion. Thank you very much, Anne-Marie. And finally, and you already heard a lot, Valerie Tarazi from Palestine. She's the chair of the OCA Gender Equity Commission. She's an Olympic swimmer, and soon she will start her PhD. Along her sport career, she continues to promote peace and empowerment through sport. Thank you very much. I kindly join you, ask you to join us. Okay, so yesterday during the workshops, and I had the opportunity to be around, one of the things that was most requested was about the sharing of good practices, okay? So we need to understand that the world is not the same. We have different regions, different cultures, different religions, but in the end, I think that the problems will be more or less the same. The situation is how do we solve these problems? I have here a couple of questions. I will make the same question to the five of you, okay? I will need you to be brief, not to, I know that you have a lot of things to say. We could be here for hours, but I guess that you will also have the opportunity, if you would like more information after from these champions on gender equality, you can reach them during the coffee breaks, during the lunch, or even during the run. You can run and talk. Okay, the first question, Valerie, and I start with you. What are the key challenges and opportunities in advancing gender equality within your continent?
Yeah. Hello?
Yes, it's working.
Oh, okay, sorry. So, I don't want to speak too much because I definitely want you to hear more from what other continents are doing because you've heard me talk enough. But I think we can all agree that one of our key barriers is the cultural differences. Asia is huge. We have 45 different NOCs, absolutely. We all have struggles that are very similar, very different, but we can relate to one another. And I think our opportunities here today is one, to network. We have, again, you have the ability to talk with one another, share struggles. What is one NOC doing that another is not to close the gap in gender equity? But again, Prince Faisal said it best. We have so many opportunities and so many resources available. Use those resources, and if you don't know how to use them or what's available, I'm here to assist, OCA is here to assist, the IOC is here to assist you in that.
Thank you very much. Alicia, please.
Hi. Yes. Well, good morning, everyone. First, I would like to thank you for this opportunity. I think it's great. It means 48 hours from my country. It's a long flight, but it was worth coming, really. I'm so, so happy. And I think it's so important to share things like this because you don't have to reinvent the wheel. It's invented, and you can take so many ideas and copy many things, which I will do in my next forum, of course. So, the American continent, all the continents are so different. Ours is different because we had so many cultures. We had the Anglo-Saxon culture in the north, in the Caribbean, with the Spanish in the south. Latin America is huge. We have the Portuguese with Brazil, people that came from Africa with their own culture, the indigenous, and at the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century, and after World War II, there were waves of immigration from Europe, Spanish, French, Italians mainly. And for example, we are we have the biggest Jewish community in the whole of Latin America. So you can imagine the cultures are so different. They vary from country to country. So what they think of their approach about the subject we are treating, women in sports, is so, so different. Even though we are making that it was male-dominated culture, that was a reality. We are making changes. We are on the path of change. And we have done quite a lot of things, for changing. For example, we developed laws, like in Argentina. I will speak about Argentina. We have hashtag Not One Less. It's a huge movement. Every 3rd of June, they get together in the streets just to speak about eliminate the stereotypes against violence, every type of violence, and not only physical abuse, but psychological, cyber abuse. We just have a new law about cyber abuse, for example, which is very interesting. Everything that has done through a communicational medium, that's the one we have. And that is something, and now, slowly, we are beginning to change statutes in some countries, in some NOCs. For example, as I said yesterday to the group, in Argentina, in 2022, we changed it. For many, many years, It was 68 men and me. I was the only one. And at the beginning, when I started, it was like a nice thing to have. And afterwards, when I started thinking, well, it was a nuisance. And when I started speaking, I heard someone say, we've got to cut her wings. You know, she's growing too much. But things have changed. And now we have 40%, and including in those 40%, we are including two representatives from the Athletes Commission. The president of the Athletes Commission has to be second vice president, and the other one a member, depending the gender. If she is a woman, our next election they're going to be in 2 months' time, and she's a new IOC member for Argentina, president of the Women's Commission. She will be the second vice president. I will remain the first one, and so, as I say, things are changing. The only thing that really stays is violence against women. You know, that is very important. It's physical violence and homicides. We're trying very hard with that, but that is something that still remains. So this is about what the continent is like.
Thank you very much, Alicia. Matlohan.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity, and good morning, everyone. Addressing myself to challenges, I'll start with the word that Prince Faisal said we must hold on to as we go through this seminar. He said learn. And why am I talking about learn? Because challenges create a space for us to learn and also come up with solutions. So in Africa, one of the main, or three of the main challenges that I'll address will be lack of funding and adequate resources. Most of our African countries do not have adequate sporting facilities. And this is a great challenge for sport, but most importantly for women sport. There are no facilities for women's sport. And I think when we look at the opportunity that we have right now is that in the next few months, we'll be hosting the Dakar 2026 Olympic Youth Games. And when we look at facilities, we're not only looking in country by country, we're also looking at facilities for athletes to be able to train and prepare themselves for our Olympic Games. So with Dakar 2026, we are looking forward to having facilities that we can bring together our athletes and be able to train. Now, not only that, but the other challenge is that we find that when we create programs to be able to take our athletes to the games, male athletes are better positioned than our female athletes to be able to get scholarships and programs or development programs that enable them to qualify for the games. So we still have a major challenge in that area. I'll just give you an example. We in ANOCA, which is the African National Olympic Committees Association, we created an athletes development program alongside the Olympic solidarity programs that we have. And as the chair of the gender equality, I tried to see whether there's an equal opportunity for female athletes as well as male athletes. But unfortunately, because of the rankings, the world rankings in international federations, you find that most of the time, the male athletes will benefit more than our female athletes. That is one. Number two is also lack of policy. I'll give you an example for how I came into the NOC board. Way back in 1996, after the UN Women Conference in Beijing, the IOC amended their charter, and that enabled us as women to be able to be part of the NOCs at the time, at 10%. And I was able to then be co-opted into the board. And lack of such policies do not advance us as women in Africa, because there are still certain societal norms that discourage women from taking up positions. So if we don't have policies like that, and when I say this, Pedro, I'll also say that as chairs of gender equality commissions, maybe we need to speak in one voice and also influence or recommend to the chair of our ANOC, Gender Equality Council, who's here with us, to be able to present these to the executive, who is also a member of the IOC Executive Board. So if he's able to, if we speak in a strong voice and we recommend, we can be able to advance certain policies that can also even influence our national sport policies. And lastly, just quickly, is also underrepresentation of women in leadership positions. Our women are not well represented in leadership positions. Therefore, there's lack of contribution towards major decision making that has been done for our female athletes. So we do still need to work on increasing the number of women on our executive boards. And lastly, so that we enable them to shape policies. I'll make another example. I think you'll recall that recently we lost two athletes, Kenyan athlete, Agnes, and a Ugandan athlete who were killed due to gender-based violence. And because of the lack of policies that we have, that makes our female athletes not to feel comfortable coming to the sporting space. So that means that we really have to ensure that there are policies that can advance women to go to decision-making positions so that relevant policies can be made to encourage our women to step up to the positions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Liz?
Thank you. Kia ora koutou katoa. Ko raupa te moanga, ko onoke te roto, no wairapa aho. Ko Liz Dawson toku inga, ko tātou te kapa o Aotearoa. Now that's a greeting in the Māori language of New Zealand, and we've worked, the NZOC has worked very strongly and very hard over the last few years to have a bicultural connection with our Indigenous Māori people. So that just tells you who I am and where I'm from, what are the things that ground me. So I acknowledge all of you here today in this forum. Thank you for giving us your ears and your hearts and your minds and listening to what we have to say. Thank you for inviting us here. And I'd also like to acknowledge Helen Brownlee, my co-chair of the ONOC Equity Commission. So thanks, Helen. Our key challenges are very similar to what we've already seen and you've heard about today. But we have one in particular, which is a geographic barrier. We are all small island nations, except for Australia, which is a continent in itself and is a very large country. We have populations that are very, very small. So Palau has 40,000 people as its population. Nauru has 14,000 population living on the island. And there are only 3 people in the NOC office. So we have challenges that range from an enormous country like Australia, very wealthy NOC as well, to very, very small island nations that have no direct access to flights and therefore affordable routes. So for small NOCs, sending athletes to qualifying events, this is upwards of $8,000 to $10,000 per person. And so that in itself, just getting athletes to events is very difficult. We also have, and that's forums for leadership or whether it's courses, whether it's games, any international opportunities. So for me, from New Zealand, to get to Guam, which is not that far from here, but a long way from New Zealand, it's a 40-hour flight within our region, 40-hour travel. So that's just an example. We also have enormous levels of domestic violence. And as Matlahan was saying, our reported levels of domestic violence in Oceania are upwards of 64% of all women and girls have reported domestic violence. We also have large cultural differences. So what is the culture in the Pacific Islands is very different from what is in Micronesia. We have language barriers, so for many people, English might be their third language, not their first language, which is Indigenous, not their second language, which might be French, but it could be their third language. We have patriarchal societies that have for many, many years kept women in a lower position, and we also have a very strong colonialist history, having been, many of our island nations have been subjected to colonial violence, and the aspect of bringing British in particular, but also French culture into their Indigenous societies. So with that, that's barriers for participation, but it's also, it's not a reflection of the potential, but it also undermines both continental diversity but also gender equality. So our opportunities, like Matlahang said, out of adversity comes opportunity, and we have built good partnerships with organisations such as UN Women, such as the Australian Foreign Affairs, such as the New Zealand Foreign Affairs, and up until recently US as well, but that's all changing at the moment, as I'm sure all of us are seeing. And so those partnerships are very important in order to bring leadership and to bring opportunities for women in sport. Our international federations are also great partners. So World Rowing, World Athletics, World Rugby, and the ICC, so cricket are amongst, and FIFA are amongst those that have wonderful programs that our women are able to take advantage of. The key, as Matlahang said, resource and funding. When you're a small nation with 14,000 people, there's not a lot of money to go around. So our reliance on Olympism 365 and Olympic solidarity through the IOC, very, very important. They are the opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anne-Marie?
Thank you, Pedro. Let me say thank you very much, and just can't not, coming from the UK, acknowledge the comment on colonialism and the impact that's had on many nations, actually. But coming from an Irish heritage, I should say I have some empathy too, so we have a similar history. Let me start with opportunities, because Europe is a very different continent to many. Geographically, we are much smaller and more compact. We have a large number of enormously active sporting nations, and sport is very much part of the culture of Europe, so we have an incredible advantage in this. And we're also the centre of many international federations and, of course, of the IOC. So, sport, it starts with a different level for us. So that's an enormous opportunity. We also have in Europe the European Union, of which only about half of our nations are a part, but which is a real driver in inclusion and in sport, and recognises the importance of sport, and the Council of Europe, and they fund a lot of programs. So we are enormously lucky to have funding opportunities outside of Olympic Solidarity as well as Olympic Solidarity. So, there are chances there. We also have a very, very developed professional sports industry across nearly all our nations, largely in men's sport, but actually that's seeping into women's sport. So a really deep professional sort of grounding, which allows enormous opportunities for women to get involved in every aspect of sport, growing, and that's a growing opportunity there. I guess we're also probably the most successful continent at the Olympic Games, both winters and summers. And that's a fantastic opportunity. It's also a real challenge for gender equality in sport, because traditionally people have said, why do we need more gender equality? Why do we need to change? We're doing okay. What would the women bring to this? Why is it going to make us any better? So there is an underlying bit there, and the sort of challenges, I guess, for gender equality in sport in Europe come largely from the success of sport in Europe. And in trying to explain to people why it would be better. You know, it's not just because it's the right thing to do to have more women involved. It's because actually it would lead to better decision making. Understanding female athlete health will help our female athletes to perform better and to last longer and to be more sustainable. So, you know, just explaining these challenges when you're already doing quite well is quite difficult, and trying to get people to understand that. We also have, and the similar challenges. I mean, there are different cultures across Europe, but we have similar challenges around helping people to understand the importance of safeguarding. But growing, and I want to pick this out, Liz mentioned it, a growing sense, I'm afraid to say, of misogyny across parts of Europe. A growing sense of not wanting to acknowledge the differences between women and the differences between men and women. And almost all of our surveys showing a growing, amongst our younger generations, a growing divide between the beliefs between men and women about inclusion. Surveys that say that boys by the age of 5, by the time they arrive at school, already think that girls don't belong in sport. And they bring that from the home, from the family, into their school life, into their sporting life. And if we're starting that at the age of 5, then that's a real challenge for us to begin to address. The new Trump administration, we are seeing absolutely at the coalface is impacting the way that corporates are acting and are spending their money and investing it into sport. So that's a growing challenge. And the sort of social media thing. So we touched earlier at breakfast today on adolescence, but this program that's on the BBC at home. But a sense of misogyny growing amongst young boys, social influencers who are growing hatred, and expecting women to be much more subservient again. So between Trump and between Andrew Tate, between challenges in the home and things like that. For me, I would say that's probably, to add something different, one of the growing challenges, and to help people understand how sport can help address that, how that respect for women that we can grow through sport can really help challenge that.
Thank you very much. Just one point, because yesterday at the workshops and today I could hear in some continents the problem of lack of resources. So I will just reinforce the message that you have the support from Olympic Solidarity, okay? And in the Asian continent, you have further support from OCA. So there's no excuse here in Asia, okay? The money is there. Please apply and use this to develop your projects, okay? So I don't want to hear anybody saying in Asia that, oh, the problem is lack of resources. Again, you have Olympic Solidarity and you have OCA with a program that unfortunately no other continent has. We have the Americas that supports half of the money that they support here in OCA. So you have $10,000 a year to support in your activities. I would go to the second question now. Anne-Marie, we'll start with you, okay? Can you share some successful policies or initiatives from your region that had a tangible impact on promoting gender equality in sport?
Wow. Thank you, Pedro. There's almost too many to choose. We're quite lucky. As I mentioned, we have these funding opportunities through the EU, and there are so many different projects and initiatives across Europe. The issue for us is they're not very strategic, as Pedro will remind me regularly. They're not very joined up. There's things pop up everywhere and little things happen. I just want to mention a couple that the EOC are involved with. One called Games, which addressed both cultural and structural barriers to gender equality in sport, but very much looking at the governance of the National Olympic Committees. And we had 8 National Olympic Committees, and it had a different impact in each country. Very small changes, I would say, initially, but it's really growing. And we have another which will interest you, I'm sure, called Safe Harbour, which has just kicked off, which is our biggest ever EU-funded and part-funded by Olympic Solidarity programme around safeguarding with 20 NOCs involved in 2 international federations. But if I can I want to just focus on one other initiative which I think has been the most successful, and it comes from the UK, funded by Sport England, and it was a campaign called This Girl Can, and it was really important because it influenced the average person, not the sports person. It was aimed at making women more active across the country, and it really focused on insight, evidence-based initiatives, and trying to encourage both women to get more active by saying it's okay to be active, whatever you look like, whatever size you are, you do whatever it is that you need to do and you want to do. And it also looked at facilities, and it provided government sort of supported guidance to help facilities be more welcoming to women, whether that was women-only sessions, about the lighting on helping them get into places, because the evidence that we had was that women really wanted to be more active. They wanted to be involved in sport, but they had a real fear of judgment. They were afraid of the way people thought of them if they were to put on sports clothes, or they were to be more active, or they went for a run, or they went in a swimming pool and they were a bit wobbly, not looking like Olympians. And this campaign was all about, you don't have to be an Olympian to be involved in sport. And there were some really amazing learnings from it. So if you do have a chance to Google it and look it up, all of the learnings around how they managed to allow women not to get rid of that fear of judgment, because they understood that through failure, actually, they understood that you couldn't get rid of the fear of judgment, but they helped women to cope with that. And they gave them strategies, and they gave the facilities strategies to help women cope with that fear of judgment and fear of going into a new facility. And it was a really defining sort of campaign, and it had an enormous impact. It impacted over 3 million women who said, in the UK, said they had been inspired to be more active, to get involved, to go to places for the first time ever since they'd been adult. So I think understanding the evidence, listening to people, and doing those sorts of initiatives that you really need to do is really helpful. Thank you.
Liz?
Thank you, Pedro. I'll touch on a couple of examples. So in November, it would have been March 2022, the Equity Commission of Oceania, so Helen and I got together with UN Women and Team Up, which is an Australian government aid program, and to find a way of working together across Oceania, because each of the 3 organisations were working in improving the opportunities for women and girls in sport and the prevention of violence against women and girls. And we were crossing over each other's programs. So we formed a partnership to work together. Then we invited Solidarity and Olympism 365 to join us. And that's resulted in this brilliant partnership that works together across the region. And one of the key things that we put into place was a safeguarding forum in 2022. Now that has now resulted in a community of practice with over 120 people from various sporting groups, community groups, government agencies, civil society, both men and women. And this is very important because men across our region, particularly in our NOCs, are now talking about safeguarding. They now understand how important it is and how important it is for female athletes, for women in sport, but also for young boys. So let's not forget about the children. As a result of that, ONOC, so the regional body, got together and realised that we weren't, each of the small island nations weren't going to be able to have a safeguarding officer. So they got together and brought 3 safeguarding officers to service all the island nations. Now that in Paris last year at the Summer Games, that was a real step in the right direction. and all the island nations have been so grateful and realised the importance of it. And also the NOCs are now funded through Solidarity to run a safeguarding project. And you talked before, Pedro, about US $10,000 that's available. That's the same principle that's available in Oceania. So whether that's a forum, a workshop, policy assistance. National federations are also training safeguarding personnel to attend at their regional and sub-regional competitions. Olympic education, so sports education program through Oceania, that is now, which Helen works on, those courses now have a safeguarding element built into them. And it's also acknowledged and talked about, as I said, whereas in the space of 2.5 years, it was unmentionable. We just didn't talk about the requirement for safeguarding in sport. And His Royal Highness is running an IOC project, which is now going to see a pilot of a regional hub, safeguarding hub, which will be set up in Oceania, and the feasibility work is being done on that now, and also one in Africa, in ANOCA Zone 6, and in Europe, you're working on a safeguarding hub as well, as I understand. So that's the first real key aspect. And the second one is one that's a little bit more close to home. We have a program called, we have run masterclasses, including male allies, and one is now an NOC president. Another participant has been the first female Secretary General of the Tongan NOC, and these people were all attendees at the IWG conference in New Zealand in 2022, and Anna-Marie will talk a bit more about that. And the one that's very close to home is one that I'm very proud of in New Zealand. Our NOC was, our athletes performed very well in Paris, and we came away with a medal tally of 20, and we were on 11th in the world. Now, we're a country of 5 million people. 10 golds, of those, 8 were female golds. And Valerie got together, she was adopted by our rugby sevens team, because I think, Valerie, you were the sole Palestinian swimmer, is that right? Female swimmer, yeah. And so our rugby sevens girls adopted Valerie, and they have, on the morning before her, after they'd won the gold medal the night before, on the morning before her swimming race, before she went to the pool, they presented her with one of their jerseys, signed rugby jerseys. Now, that is role modelling, and that is how we collaborate and how we support each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Matlohan.
Thank you again, Pedro. Looking at the initiatives that we have engaged, when you look at the electorate in terms of elections, in most of our NOCs, you'll find that there are a lot more of our male board members in the AGMs than women. So one of the things that was done by one of our member NOCs is to adjust their statutes in a way to say whatever happens, whatever the representation there is in the AGMs, we should always come up with a result where there is 50% representation of both male and female. And this is in South Africa. And we took this model and we are selling it around our NOCs. And I think in our zone, in zone 6, which is the southern part of Africa, most of the NOCs now have adopted that system where they've adjusted their statutes to ensure that there is more than 30% representation. And when you look at the statistics, Pedro, you'll know that in that zone, most of the NOCs now are adjusting, and their representation of women are way above 30%. That is one. Number two, I'll go back to opportunities, if you allow me. I forgot to mention this one, that I think as women, for the first time we are having a woman president, IOC president. that is a great opportunity to drive the momentum of gender equality issues. So we should all take an advantage of that and use that to our advantage. The other thing that we worked on was the lack of pathways for our female athletes. So at the moment we have created, we have established another leg of sport, that is the African school sports. This is the program that will be starting, the African school sports, where we feel that there should be equal representation of both female and male athletes, because this time we are not talking about international federations rankings. It will be young athletes competing, and we want to try from these games to be able to channel them to go from the African school games to the youth games, and then. And one of the things that we would really want to do is to build a database for those athletes so that we don't lose them along the way, but we are able to support. In the same way that we would like to do with the Olympic solidarity programs, like sports administration programs. We've had quite a number of programs where women have been given a chance to go through these programs, but we lose them on the way, and when we come to elections, they are nowhere to be found. So I think from our colleagues here, building a database of such women is very important for us, and this is one of the things that we are working on as well. And lastly, I think I want to mention that during our games, continental games, we have now started having gender equality forums during these games, alongside the games, to take an opportunity to say, athletes and sports administrators, women and men as well, let's come together and address issues on gender equality. So that's that. Thank you.
Matlohan, before you pass the microphone to Alicia, just because in Asia we also have zones, could you explain very briefly how does it work, your communication and engagement with the zones? So as I'm aware, Africa is divided in zones. You have a representative for each zone for gender equality, and then you have a constant engagement with them to work on this topic, right?
Okay. Thank you very much, Pedro. We're all aware that yes, in Africa we have English speaking, Portuguese speaking, and also French speaking. So, and we also have different zones depending on the countries. Like for instance, Egypt, Libya, and will belong to one zone, and then more or less same language speaking countries will be in one zone. So the way we have structured our Gender Equality Commission is such that each zone has a gender equality representative who sits on the Gender Equality Commission of the continent. And that has enabled us, because we have 54 NOCs, it has enabled us to be able to communicate with our zonal representatives. And luckily now with our zonal games as well, during the zonal games we have those gender equality forums that I'm talking about, zonal. And then from that level, then we go to the continental level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alicia?
Thank you. Well, you spoke about the new president, and I think we came a long way. I don't know if you know, but Pierre de Coubertin said that women's sport was not practical, interesting, or aesthetically pleasing, and it was also incorrect. And the only job for women were to put the wreath on top of the heads of the champions. That was it. So that's how we started. And then in 1900, there were only 2%. We got now to the 50-50. I think President Thomas Bach did a great job with the Agenda 2020 and 2020 plus 5. And he strongly supported the new president. And if you speak about diversity, for example, she is embodiment of diversity. She is an athlete, she is a woman, she is a young person, she is a mother of 2 little kids, and she is the first president of a new, not European origin. So she's completely different. Perhaps we expect her to be the turning point for all of us. Okay, and speaking about communication, I think it's key to have a good communication with all the NOCs of your region. In America, we have 41, and our turning point was the seminar we had 2 years ago. We wanted to have it every year, but last year, because of the Olympic Games, we didn't have the chance. But we had this seminar. So at the beginning, it was kind of my first task. And now they said, okay, you have $50,000 and you can invite the president of the Women's Sport Commission. And I said, no way, first, $50,000 won't help me. And if I invite only the lady president of the Women's Sport Commission, they will go back and nobody will listen to them. I need decision-making people in this seminar. If not, it's not worth wasting money. So I was allowed to that, and I invited it's almost all the presidents of the F41 NOC National Olympic Committees. Then I said, okay, who else? It's the IOC. IOC has to be present because they have to endorse what we are doing. We're working for them, to spread the principles, to spread everything. Working for them, really. So they've got to be present. And the international federations as well, because international federations, they have their own policies for women in sport. And some other stakeholders, like a UN Woman, which is important. I'll speak about that program initiative afterwards. UN Woman, and IOC members from the region. And something, people like to see people, and important people. And I have two very special keynote speakers. One was Prince Faisal. I always thank him because he made a difference, really. They were like, oh my God, he's coming, We're so excited about it. And then we had an IOC member. She was a former president of Costa Rica, Laura Chinchilla. She spoke about leadership, and really, she gave us a lesson about leadership. It was incredible. So we had this, then we had the working groups with men and women. For the first time, for many of them, was the first time they could work together with men, with the presidents. So after that, the presidents realized it was very cool the women were intelligent, they did a lot of work, and the women realized it wasn't so difficult to get near them. So it was really, the result was fantastic, and we ended up with a party, dancing until 3 o'clock in the morning. So it wasn't the boring thing, you were eating and going back to the hotel. No, it was the exchange of experiences, and it was really a turning point. That is why America has changed. The whole continent has changed. And every country is very proud now to do something, not only during International Women's Day, but the whole year round. And my duty is to communicate it to everyone. We have a chat with the women, and a chat with the president, So it's not only saying happy birthday to everyone. We know each other, we are friends. And every time I do have the opportunity, let's say during annual general meetings or regional games or Pan-American games, I have a meeting with a woman. I organize luncheon parties, breakfast parties, whatever. I have some takeaway for them, just to show them something new. But I invite men. We have to have the men allies. They are so important because they are the ones who can make the changes. They are not our enemies. They have to be with us. So, and they understood it. So now for us, I make a report in every assembly. So I put, where is Wado? I don't know how to explain it. So I started showing where are the women. And at the beginning, in 2019, there were only less than 20 women. So I put the circles with a big photo of the whole group. Where are we? And now, in the last one, last year, we are more than 60 women. So our increase was 188%. which was incredible. And which was also the result of this is that in the EB now, in the Pan American sports, we have 41% women. I had prepared a PowerPoint, but impossible to look at it now. But 41% women in the National Olympic Committees, between the president, secretary generals, we have 56%, which is a large percentage. And in Paris, we were above average. If you saw yesterday what the IOC showed, so I'm not lying, is 51% women from the Americas. We are very, very proud of it. So this was kind of the result. And something else, apart from making the report and showing everyone what their own countries' NOCs are doing, so they either feel guilty or feel proud. I'm there, I'm not there. And so that's what I do. I forward the information because I realized that many NOCs have no idea about the best practices, about the portrayal guidelines, about so many other, safe sport toolkits. They don't have an idea because someone receives it and doesn't really, is not very interested and doesn't show it to the right people. And the Women in Sport Commissions, they don't have an idea of anything, not even about the funding, because we were told, you spoke about the funding, but we were told that it was raised from 25.4 million to 29.6 million for everything has to do with Olympic values. And I was asking, because in my Olympic committee, we ask for everything, no? Now I'm also in my Olympic museum, so I ask for legacy because we want some immersive experience, so I asked for that as well. And they give it to me. Well, they give it to us, let's say. And do you know that there's a difference in some of the grants? If you, for example, ask for advanced sport management courses, it's normally $12,000. But if you put more than 30% women, it's $14,000. So it does make a difference. In some others as well. I won't go through all of them, but you can explain later on. But ask for it. When I started, he said, when I said, what money can we give the Olympic committees? No, nothing. We don't have. Well, let's say through that, this, and the other. No, I said, I just want something specific. Now I have 5,000. It's not like in Asia, you have 10,000. Okay, but at least we have something, you know? And then, of course, Olympic solidarity can help us a lot. Then we have a lot of online courses because this started with a pandemic. In every crisis, you've got an opportunity. And now you can reach a lot of people with this. Database, for example, from our Olympic committee is 4,000 women across all Latin America and even Spain. And so we started with courses for empowering women and different topics. For example, emotions are so special, physiology. Someone spoke yesterday about the menstrual period and the hormones, about cyber abuse, and many other things, not always empowering women and the things we always know. So if I have to mention quickly 2 or 3 initiatives from other countries, Brazil, for example, gives equal allocation of resources to the football women's team and men's team, which is very unusual because the football for men there in Brazil is very special. Now they recognize women as well. And in other sports, for the entourage, you've got to have 30% of the other gender, which is also important. In Panama, as Your Highness explained, that I will speak about that later, they achieved the university certification for safe sport, because we can't go to the other one, you know, the one of the IOC. So they achieved this, which is basic, but at least is something to start with. And in Bolivia, they are doing a tremendous job of teaching, education, and empowering indigenous girls and women. They are such a vulnerable
part of society and they need something, so that's what they're doing. So this is about
Thank you so
everything.
much, Alicia.
Thank you.
And one of the really important things that Alicia mentioned and that OCA is also working, you said communication of Alicia with the NOCs, okay? And to be possible to have this communication, it's necessary to have a contact point. So all the Asian NOCs, please provide to Valerie the contact point of your NOC for gender equality, okay? Valerie wants to follow this strategy also, to have a close approach with all the NOCs, but then she needs to have this contact point. So this is one of the reasons of the success from Alicia. Americas have done really good in the last 4 years, and congratulations for that. So the challenge again, all the NOCs, please contact Valerie to provide the contact point for gender equality. And Valerie, the same question to you.
Yeah, I'll be brief, but first of all, I just want to acknowledge the group of women I'm sitting with today because clearly they are paving the way here for gender equity across the globe, and I think that just deserves a round of applause. As Alicia said, 2 years ago was a huge turning point when they had their gender equity seminar. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, we had our gender equity seminar in Bahrain. And that was setting the foundation. Thank you to Sheikha Hayat for doing that. Setting the foundation so we can have this every year, every other year, come together, create those connections. And I think that is probably the biggest success to date, is being able to come together, share our barriers, share what we're doing to make things better. And I won't go into all the success stories that we've had because we heard a lot of them yesterday. I encourage you to continue talking, share what you're doing, understand that we're more similar than everyone thinks. We have WISLA, we have WISH, we have IOC programming in place to help facilitate these things. But I think based on the data that I showed yesterday with the Asian Games and what Pedro showed yesterday with the Olympics, we see a growth. We are one of the largest continents. We have 45 different NOCs here, and we're the biggest, and we have the most room for change. We truly can set the standard and pave the way for the globe. We just have to, again, put it all to action. Count on each other. We're stronger together as one.
Thank you very much. Wow. I wish I could talk like that when I was 25. Okay, we don't have much more time. So I have set the challenge yesterday for the NOCs. What are they going to do to LA? So I'm going to give 30 seconds to each one of you. Okay, now we will start with Matlohan, you. Okay, 30 seconds. What are you going to do as a continent for LA 2028?
Thank you very much, Pedro, on that. And just a quick one. Sorry about the time, but I also want to acknowledge Helen Brownie, who's here. She was able to position us as chairs of gender equality to where we are sitting together and being positioned in the way that we are positioned in the IOC right now, and working very closely with yourself in the JEDI unit. So that is very, very key, and it helps us to even position our own athletes. So going to LA 2028, I think there's a lot of benchmarking that we do with other continents, but what we would also want to do is to make sure that we increase the number of female athletes that will be participating in LA. And one of the things that we are looking to doing is have more exchange programs that will enable our female athletes to better qualify for the Olympic Games. And we have realized that in our continent, if we look at the medal tallies, most of the medals, when we have female athletes, come from the female. So that is that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Liz?
Very quickly, yes, 30 seconds. Okay, so LA 28. In Oceania, we actually have a program which is an ONOC-wide program called, can't remember the name of it actually, but it's towards 2032 because Brisbane is almost like a home games for Oceania in Australia. So we have a longer term view, but particularly around gender equality, we're running a pilot program for leaders who are former Olympians. Well, one is never a former Olympian, one is always an Olympian, or Commonwealth Games level or Pacific Games, so regional games, because those women, targeting those women because we want to get them into leadership roles for their countries for LA 28 and for Brisbane 32. So that's our program.
Okay, thank you very much. Anne-Marie?
Thank you, Pedro. I think, I believe that the answer to addressing gender imbalance is to change the system, not to try and fix the women. And so I think for Europe, for the next 4 years, we have a big job to do to make sure that we're empowering the male leaders across Europe to own the problem of gender imbalance and to work to change the narrative, to demonstrate the benefits of a different way of working. So our priorities will be working towards Brisbane in terms of women coaches, because women coaches in Europe are a big issue, but actually more so to continue to get the buy-in by demonstrating through benefits, through a change in statistics, and just trying to work to get people to get the men in the system to understand why it's not just about fixing the women and helping them to be stronger or more confident, because actually there's a lot of confident women out there in the world who are very well qualified to be leaders in sport.
And can I just say before we move on, I think that Anna-Marie's raised a really good point, because this is a human challenge. It's not a sport challenge. And these videos that we've been privileged to watch yesterday from Kazakhstan, from the OCA, from Jordan, and today from Hedy Lin from the Philippines, they show the pathway and the podium. And that's what makes us proud. For our children, for our elite athletes, for our lands, for our countries, and the future of society. And Helen and I had a little tear in our eyes. We shared a tear just before on that beautiful video from Hedy Lin. So this is what we're here for, leading towards LA 28 and leading towards Brisbane 32.
Thank you. Alicia?
Well, not exactly I'm answering your question, but I want to give some ideas. First, I think the IOC has to do a lot of things as well, yes? We want them to provide practical toolkits for best practices, strategic plan templates, toolkits for women athletes' health, and gender budgeting guidelines. As I said before, sometimes it's very difficult to understand those things. And I remember His Royal Highness saying one day, we need a step-by-step toolkit of resources to ensure that NOCs are fully equipped to take action, because recommendations alone do not provide sufficient direction. We need support and we need encouragement. We need to create platforms to facilitate the exchange of information, which is vital. We need to know what the others are doing, because it's better for everyone. And the next steps would be a more fluid communication, commitment to good governance guide, because if you look at the good governance, you see that Article 2.3 speaks about the 30%, and nobody seems to realize. And to join the women the UN Women's Sport for Generation Equality initiative, which is very important, is it gives the power, use the power of sport within a coalition of stakeholders. So if we unite synergies, we'll be much better. I mean, in this endeavor, it will be much better. When we were in the seminar last time, I heard Niels Holmgaard. He is in charge of the Olympic values in IOC, and he said something very interesting. The sport is the best medicine. Why? Because it reduces depression in 30%, breast cancer in 25%, and diabetes in 58%. So we have to unite with other organizations just to foster this, to make it more important. Then some other thing, complete the surveys. IOC sends surveys, but they do it so very difficult that nobody, when they receive it, wants to bother, answering them. So finally, they end up, okay, you do it. And the person says, yes, yes, yes to everything. And so the information is not accurate. And we need to know where we are standing if we need the help. And to contribute, when they ask you about best practices, I have to congratulate Sri Lanka, Singapore, and Bahrain, because there are examples of that in the best practices. You have to have this because you can copy many of those, and the budgets are not so very high. It's easy to do that. And before I leave, as I always say to the people, the women in Argentina, bear in mind, empower is not an option, it's an obligation. Break the glass ceiling. Yesterday, someone was saying, oh, we have first to break our own glass ceiling to empower others. And sometimes you have to get the help of a mentor. Mentors are important, either women or men, because it was said yesterday as well. Sometimes the worst rival for a woman is another woman, so we need help sometimes. Never give up, and women do not need excuses, they need opportunities. Forget about the syndrome, imposter syndrome. Forget about that. It's not as we are not valuable, we can't do it. Yes, we can. We are valuable. We can do many things. And the last thing is, the world belongs neither to men nor women, and only with a shared vision we will have an integrated leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alicia. I will not give the floor, I don't want to be rude, but I will not give the floor to Valerie because in the end of the conference, she will make the call for action for Asia. So you will have the answer for Asia in the call for action. Just before I leave, and we are already a little bit on time, I'm a terrible facilitator. I would like to announce that it was released yesterday, the scholarships for the Whistler program that we have been talking here many times during this conference. I can announce that Asia, from the 10 scholarships available, got 2 scholarships. Let me just go to my notes. And one of the scholarships is for Saudi Arabia, Asma Al-Shaban, Saudi Arabia. And the second scholarship is for Pakistan, Sumera Sattar. Okay, so congratulations to these scholarships. I hope that next year we will have more applications from Asia on this program. Thank you very much for your presence here on this panel. I know how hard it was for you to come all over the world, in Alicia's case, 48 hours traveling to arrive here. Good luck on your work. Again, we are on this together, and we are now stronger, okay? Thank you very much. A continuation of a great seminar.
Thank you, Pedro. Thank you. We'll go straight for a coffee break. 10:05. Okay, please, 20 minutes. 11, sorry, 11:05.
The shape of your heart's in a broken mess. And the shape of your heart's in a broken mess. In a broken mess.
September rain. I'm still in love with you, in love with you, in love with you. I'm still in love with you, in love with you. September rain. Oh, still loving you. September rain. Baby, come back to me. September rain. Oh, still loving you. September rain. Baby, reminded by September rain. Baby, tell me what's the vibe. Baby, tell me what's the vibe. September rain. Oh, still loving you. September rain. Baby, come back to me. September rain. Oh, still loving you. September rain. Baby, reminded by September rain. Don't remind me. Don't remind me. Baby, come back to me. September rain. I'm still in love with you, in love with you, in love with you. I'm still in love with you, in love with you, in love with you. I'm still in love with you. September rain. I know we stand for something, but we'll just have to wait for that. I know we stand for something, but we'll just have to wait for that. Can you blame me for wanting more than just a hit and miss? I know we stand for something, Can you blame me for wanting more than just a hit and miss? I know we stand for something, but we'll just have to play for this. I know we stand for something, but we'll just have to play for this. But we'll just have to play for this. I know we stand for something, but we'll just have to play for this. Yeah, hey, ooh.
Is this a lie? And just a try to get me, to forget me quickly. You move your body like you've done it 1,000 times, yeah. But baby, I think you're replaceable, and I will find it out. Oh baby, tonight dancing with your eyes, and I don't care how you move, how you lie. I'm dancing with your eyes. Oh baby, tonight dancing with your eyes, and I don't care how you move, how you lie. Dancing with your eyes. Oh baby, is this a lie? And just a try to have some fun and break my heart tonight. Oh, you move your body like you've done it 1,000 times, yeah. But baby, I think you're replaceable, and I will find it out. Oh baby, tonight dancing with your eyes, and I don't care how you move, how you lie. I'm dancing with your eyes. Oh baby, tonight dancing with your eyes, and I don't care how you move, how you lie. Dancing with your eyes. Don't even try it, babe. Try it, baby. Don't even try it, babe. Don't even try it, babe. Try it, baby. Don't even try it, babe. You move your body like you've done it 1,000 times, yeah. But baby, I think you're replaceable, and I will find it out. Oh baby, oh baby, tonight dancing with your eyes, and I don't care how you move, how you lie. Dancing with your eyes. Oh baby, tonight dancing with your eyes, and I don't care how you move, how you lie. Dancing with your eyes. Try it.
Summer of love. Summer of love. Baby, baby, say that you love me. I cried for you. Baby, baby, there's something in your eyes. Baby, of love. Baby, baby, baby,
wanna be somebody, but nobody like you. Oh, and I don't wanna be the king, but I don't wanna be controlled. I wanna be somebody, but nobody like you. Oh, and I don't wanna be the king, but I don't wanna be controlled. I wanna be somebody, but nobody like you. Oh, and I don't wanna be the king, but I don't wanna be controlled. I wanna be somebody, but nobody like you. Oh, and I don't wanna be the king, but I don't wanna be controlled. I wanna be somebody. Please give us some space to breathe, yeah. Give us some freedom. Give me some space to breathe. I wanna be somebody, nobody like you. Oh, and I don't wanna be the king,
your love, want your love, and maybe I don't want your love. We were young, girl, and maybe I don't want your love. Oh my, you're my broken love. You're my broken, and maybe I don't want your love. And maybe I don't want your love. And maybe I don't want your love. Oh my, you're my and maybe I don't want your love. Want your love. You're my broken, and maybe I don't want your love.
Feels like you love me, you love me, you love me, you love me tonight. Feels like you love me, you love me, you love me, you love me tonight. Feels like you love me, you love me, you love me, you love me tonight. Feels like
Please, you can take your seats. Do it right shortly. Everyone, please take your seats.
intoxicated me. Know how it feels like, feels like. So how it feels like until you see it. So
For our next session, I would like to introduce Ms. Anna Marie Phelps again, co-chair of International Working Group on Women in Sports.
Sorry, it's me again. Thank you very much, Sabine, Your Royal Highnesses, OCA members, Valerie. Dear Valerie, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you this morning and to present to you the International Working Group on Women in Sport, which is being hosted in the United Kingdom from 2022 to 2026. Every 4 years, the IWG moves to a new continent and a new country. And we bid for this back in 2020, in the middle of the pandemic, when the world felt like a very different place. We inherited it from New Zealand, and we're currently looking at bids for the next host. So maybe even it might come to Asia. The work of the International Working Group on Women in Sport, the IWG, centres very much on the together part of the IOC motto. The IWG is essentially a network of networks, of organisations and individuals globally that have committed to addressing the gender imbalance in sport. It's the largest global network of such organisations, with around 600 signatories to our international treaty. And we work largely digitally now together. And we're really focusing on that, on the accessibility and the connection. So our vision is of sport and physical activity really contributing to a world where all women and girls thrive, thriving in and through sport, but in and throughout their lives. And we do that by bringing stakeholders together to make the changes that we need to the values and the structures of sport. So I spoke earlier about not fixing the women, fixing the system. This is very much in the philosophy of IWG. And when we bid for this wonderful hosting, we adopted our motto to be share the change. So we really want to bring people together to share the good news and the things that we can do to help support women in sport. And we focus on 3 pillars. Connections, which is about increasing the impact of change by being collaborative and connected, using insight to drive research and taking an insight-led approach to gender equality, and through advocacy by influencing policy and strategy, and by demonstrating the value and the impact of systemic gender equality. So how do we use connections? We are building an inclusive digital community platform and the content around that. So our website is really important for that, but also the use of interconnected networks globally. And our global executive has a regional structure, so we have a representative in each continent, and they work very closely together. We also have strong global partnerships with the IOC, with UN Women and UNESCO, and we work to really make sure that we're not duplicating work, but we're enhancing what we do. And we try to bring people together. So the thing that the IWG is most noted for is its summit once every 4 years, was in Auckland in New Zealand in 2022, in Botswana before that in 2018, and it's been in almost every continent, not quite every region of the world. Again, something that we need to work on. But I'll talk about that a little later. Insight. We have an Insight Hub, and I mentioned that This Girl Can campaign. That's just one very small example of shared best practice that's available on our Insight Hub on the website. We have a newsletter which you can sign up to, and we really encourage you to share your stories so that we can then help share that across the networks that we have. And I will again come to that at the end and tell you how you can do that. And we're in preparation with a webinar series, and we're very keen to work with and to co-create those webinars and to work with our regional representatives so that we make sure that they're really relevant to each of the regions and to every country. So working with that and working currently with Pedro's very good practices document of National Olympic Committee good practices, to embed that as well into the Insight Hub to draw people in and to help them with that. One of the things that we discovered in putting our bid together was we were trying to put together our domestic priorities, and we talked to our global executive team about what we thought were really important for us in the UK, and it was a really eye-opening moment of understanding how those priorities differ globally, both across our continent but across all continents, but also where those priorities have historically remained consistent. So for us in the UK, investment is really important to us in women's sport, driving the resource, the visibility of women, and the leadership part. So we're working really closely with Getty Images on the visibility part. We work with our government and our business department and Deloitte on investment, and with the IOC obviously on leadership practices for us on a domestic perspective, but so that we can then share those priorities. But internationally, we've been monitoring this since 1994, since the IWG was founded. And actually, leadership and visibility, participation, and especially safeguarding have remained in the top 3 issues globally since 1994, every time we've surveyed every 4 years. So there is a consistency, which in some ways is perhaps nice, in some ways is troubling that we've been doing this for over 30 years, all of us collectively, and these are still our big issues. And our last pillar is advocacy. So collaborating with the key partners to deliver gender equality, and by trying to demonstrate the value and impact of gender equality, by making the case, both from a human rights perspective, but also increasingly from a business perspective. Ooh, I've gone now. So we're working, for example, we're working with sports rights holders at the moment to support the understanding of the value of women's sports. This is really important for us to understand that women's sports value is different to men's. It's not about broadcast numbers. It's about the impact that we can have. It's about the fans, those people watching women's sport, who have very different values to the values that people watching men's sport have. And we need to prove that investment in women's sport globally is incredibly important. And if we can't find a single way of doing that, then that's going to take a lot longer. So that's just one of the bits of work that we're doing. One of our key tools since 1994 is the Brighton plus Helsinki Declaration, which is a global treaty comprising of 10 principles, and it demonstrates the full involvement of women and girls' opportunities for them to thrive in and through sport. As I mentioned, we have about 600 signatories and an awful lot of recent signatories and a very good pipeline coming forward. And this has been really, really important to help organisations globally to make a very public commitment to the work that they are already doing. It's not about signing up with an intention, it's about signing up when you actually have a policy in place, when you're implementing that policy, and then being accountable to it and being prepared to be accountable to that for that work. So some of our recent signatures, and not so recent, the IOC were a very early adopter and signatory back in 1994, but we've recently had the Japan Rowing Association join. Japan Sport Council were a very early adopter again. They signed many years ago with us. But we have a large number of signatories from governments to international federations and national federations. Especially globally, some of our bigger organizations, World Rugby, have signed up quite recently as well. Within Asia, we have a regional lead, ETSCO, based in Tokyo, who's working in a lot in gender equality academically, and we had a very successful conference recently in Tokyo, so thank you to the Japan NOC for hosting us when we were there. I'm going to skip that one because it's a repeat of the other slide. These are just the 10 principles of the Brighton plus Helsinki Declaration. They align absolutely with the 5 themes that we're working on with the IOC, and they provide a detailed roadmap to support the strategic systemic change, whether that's for local municipal agencies, whether it's for sports leagues, federations and sports rights holders. And amazingly, they have survived the test of time of those 31 years. So let me just talk a little bit about the Global Summit, which I mentioned earlier. Like today, bringing you all together here to meet each other, to build your networks, to really enable you to then go on and be able to contact each other and work together in future. The Global Summit, which happens every 4 years, is in the UK, next year in 2026 in Birmingham. For those of you who were at the Commonwealth Games, it's in the same city, which is one of our most cosmopolitan cities, and it is the 2nd biggest city in the UK from the 9th to the 11th of July. We will be using our strapline, we haven't lost it, of Share the Change, and looking at drawing together people from around the world. And we'll have an opportunity within the 3 days of this to have regional get-togethers with hopefully the NOCs, with our regional leads, and national federations from each of those areas. The Global Summit will be an unparalleled opportunity to be part of the solution to creating the sports system that we all know, where women and girls can thrive. Bringing our networks together with your network, bringing to life the system approach to gender equality that we know we need, and to help drive applied, insight-led approaches. And I hope also it will give you lots of ideas, give you content to share globally. We expect to have about 1,200 delegates. We are very proud that our first formal partner to this was the IOC. Pedro, thank you very much for the support that the Gender Equality Unit have given the IWG right the way through from the start in 1994, but also for this meeting as well next year. And we'll be bringing together policy leaders. We'll be looking at system change, so bringing together people who are working both at municipality level to make systemic change to the environment, to help women to take part in sport, to those driving and leading women's empowerment courses, and focusing on coach and coaching networks, but also looking a lot at investment in women's sport and bringing together some of the work we've done within the UK over that 4-year period. And we'd love to hear about the great work that's going on here in Asia. So I would please encourage you to think about coming and attending the summit. It will be an amazing opportunity, a once in 4 years' time, not a once in a lifetime, I hope, but a once every 4 years opportunity to bring together everybody from across sport who really believes that the future of sport is an inclusive one for both men and for women. In the meanwhile, to keep up to date with it, if you would like to sign up to the newsletter on IWG, please do use the QR code here to do so. And I'm around all day today, so please do ask me any questions. And thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Now it's time to hear from us, from you, NOCs. So time to break into workshop series number 3. Same rooms, same groups. All right? We will be using the first 6 tables, so please do not leave any personal items on the tables. Thank you. Welcome back. I know it's been 2 long days, 2 last sessions. Can I please ask everyone to sit down? Thank you for your attention. I would like to welcome Mr. Imad Karim from UN Women, presenting the Gender Responsive Sport Ecosystem Toolkit.
Hello, everyone. Oh my God. This was my fear. It's always the hardest session, the one after lunch. I already lost you twice. But I'm counting on the sport spirit on all of you to defy that law of gravity that comes after the heavy lunch and delicious food. So I'm gonna be actually walking around. Maybe that will be scaring you, that I'm watching. Need your full attention, and I'm gonna keep an eye on all of you. So today's session will be a presentation, not only just about the toolkit, but more of a reflection on what can we do to make sports greater. Not again, but greater than it was and ever. So I want to start with a thank you to OCA for the invitation and for the great work that you're doing, and also for this toolkit that we produced. You're actually the first ones to have eyes on it. We haven't officially launched it. It's in partnership with IUC, plus with other partners that we work with. We looked into great examples from around the world. We did this in partnership with our Latin America regional office, so we collected not only best practices, but also stories. And some of the good solution that we think it could be helpful to draw attention to. Some of those solutions coming from government, from sports organization, from small entities, from individuals. And we hope it could inspire you to start a change where you are. So we're gonna spend the first half of the presentation looking into a couple of things. So first part is looking into an example of why sport is great. I guess you're all here because you know that, right? This is what you were. But we're gonna just look into why gender equality in and through sport is great for you. Not that you need some mentorship about how good it is. I think you're being present and organizing this seminar. It's a testament for knowing this, but mostly just to provide you with a narrative. When you go and speak to your leadership, you can have a list, quick, handy, to show how gender equality is great and through the sport. And then the second part will be about some of the principles that we're gonna go for gender equality, for generation equality principle, 6 principle, recipe for some of the work that you can do from the leadership level to ending violence through sports, in the sports organization, but also through sport. And then looking into some of the good examples related to programming, to policies, to also monitoring and knowing where you are to help you also go where you want. But let me start with a little story. Once upon a time, I'm gonna jump in the middle of the story, actually. I was born when my mom was 11. 11 years old. similar to 15 million girls that gets married before the age of 18. Up until now, 2025, that's still happening. She was 11, and I was her child. We kind of grew up together. You know, it wasn't a big difference growing in a small village. I guess some of you might know some stories similar to this. But what I remember really vividly from my childhood, that my mom was my best friend, that I was forced to watch the Wimbledons. I have no idea why my mom was obsessed with tennis. But we are from a small village. We don't even have a court in the whole city. Why are you interested in watching all of those international competitions? I never got it. But I was happy because every time there was a competition, my mom would make stuffed vine leaves. It's a process, it takes hours, and I guess for a lot of my Mediterranean and Arab friends, they would know how long it takes to make vine leaves. But that's also the fun part, where she would be watching tennis, I'll be next to her, nibbling in some of the rice while she's stuffing all of that. She had a huge investment in all of the female players. She gets so involved with every story. I remember how upset she was when some of the racist remark came after the Williams. She knew everything about the whole sport, their stories, even their fashion. When there was no competition, she would be buying all of those magazines. It kept her interested and continuing her education. You know, after all, she was still a teenager. Tennis was a comfort for my mom. A woman that never had a chance to be able to practice sport, to see it, but she was heavily involved growing up in that sport. That she knew far along that she probably will never touch a racket. My mom never stepped in a tennis court through all of her life, but it still gave her hope, gave her comfort, gave her something to look up to. And all the women that have seen, you know, challenging all of those norms throughout the history. And I think when I always think about my work at the United Nations, I always remember my mom as a representative of, you know, millions of women around the world. And I would hope with the sport that no other girls would be going through what my mom have gotten and would have the chance to step in a court, to try it out, have the opportunity in a safe environment that could offer her education, mentorship, a space to discover what's in it for her, not only just to compete. Where with our work with the United Nations, especially with UN Women, is that we believe in the right of sport and the human rights. You don't have to bring gold. You don't have to compete. But if we can give you that space to try out sports, to use it for leisure, use it for your free time, the same way that me as a man, I can do that growing up as a boy or a young person or even an adult. You know, if we can give that same right to every woman, that will be our mandate. So we're gonna look into some of those reasons, and especially when it comes to gender equality in and through sport, and we're insisting to say in and through sports. So one of the first benefits is that social cohesion and human community development. I think you've seen some of the stories from the videos from yesterday, some of their impact. You're gonna see a lot of those snippets from what each one of you have done, and probably you have experienced this, of how sport is really great for community development, for women, for the whole community, not just only benefits for women. It's a social bond. I think it was the video from Jordan that the girls yesterday were saying, we spend a lot of time together as friends. And there was a comment today that the worst enemy of a woman is another woman against her. But there's also another saying, the best friend and best support for a woman is another woman. And that's what really sport is all about. It's bringing people together, making those bonds, social solidarity, and advice, mentorship from women to women, from the younger to the older, from the older to the younger. They find a space to go through the day-to-day life. Economic opportunities and empowerment. This is one of the reasons that we are insisting to have more women as coaches, as referees, as people to be professionally working in the sports organization. Because data has it again and again that the more we have more women working in the industry, it makes it safer, makes it more productive, make it more encouraging to other women to join the sport. It's another recipe. It's not just this is important for women to have a living, but it's also for the whole industry to make it safer for everyone to join. Educational benefits. I think a lot of people undermine that benefit. It's a huge importance for every woman and girl that sport can bring. A big part of it is that it did really help with teaching discipline, problem solving, time management, work ethics. Those are baked into sports, and those are transferable skills that girls can take in to face the world. They might not have those opportunities. Like me growing up as a child in the village, I was out, 8 out of the 10 hours of the day, just running on the fields, doing all of those adventures. And I never seen any of my female classmates that would able to have that safety net of growing. Sport can give that space for a lot of girls growing up in conservative societies. It also teaches teamwork, problem solving, creativity, communication, working as a team leader, or even a team member. This is all coming naturally in the sport. It has a really great capability of helping also women with their career. I think Farah was saying this over and over again. Sport can help with mental health. Not only just reducing the stress, but also offering a gateway to reduce depression, anxiety, and a lot of depression that is being pushed into women to deal with all of the injustice that they have to go through. It could be a window. It's not the only window. And of course, it boosts confidence and self-esteem, offer goals, offer other alternative, challenges that they can get to set goals and actually achieve them. The same moment that we've seen our colleagues from the Philippines holding that moment of triumph. I think a lot of you have felt that joy. And imagine if every woman, every girl had that space to be there, to work on themselves to get to that level. And then, of course, the long-term health benefits. We've seen it over and over again. A lot of health researchers say mobility, movement, this is the best recipe for a healthy body and a healthy mind. A lot of women do not have that luxury. Let's put it at this. Not having the access to facilities, but also don't have even right to have a space to go to a public space to work out or to exercise. What is the best thing about sport? It's not about how your body look like. It's about what your body is capable of doing. So regardless of your body image, you still have a space in the sport. And I think for a lot of women, the body shaming, but also the appeal from the pressure from the media, pressure from the whole society to look and act in a certain way, this is a lot of hard, challenges for women to cope with. But sport can offer that space. It's great. Sport does not define, who you are. You define who you are and how you look, and you still can enjoy it. You still can do it as a space for free time, but also as a professional athlete. Cultural change and global development. What we've seen around the world in the past few decades is that while human rights and women's rights they're being strengthened, and there's a lot of even rights being pulled back, we see development in sports. You guys have done amazing work on pushing the gender equality agenda. The sports sector is one of the fastest to actually give more women equality and parity. We see the development from Tokyo to Paris. You're almost achieved the parity in representation and having equal number of players. And that's not enough for you. It's amazing that this is not enough, that you're working on making it big in the leadership level, making it safer. You want to have more advanced. No other industries in the world have managed to even get to that 50-50 yet. But in the sports community, it's more progressive, it's more looking forward. And I think there is a huge opportunity to do this faster than any other industry. All right, we're gonna get into the principle. 6 principles, recipes to do some action about sports. You're gonna have received this presentation and have a lot of details, so don't worry about not to capture everything related to that. But I wanna go back to my story. So my mom was almost 11. You might probably have some images of how my dad looked like. Older guy with a long hair, probably like vicious and big man, as the movies would look like. Surprisingly not. My dad was also 15. It's a common age for people in my village back then to get married that soon. His dad died, he had to be the breadwinner, had to be very responsible, and his mom thought, what could, that teenage boy do if we want to make him, man up and stand up for the whole family? Get him married quickly so he become more responsible. So it's a good marriage. My dad and my mom have a great love story. I hope that all of you could experience some of that love and collaboration, but also knowing what they have gone through. They did not want any of us, the children, to go through it again. We had the full support to go as far in our education. My sister is doing her PhD in international law. My brothers and I have been just being spoiled with love and support in our education to the furthest we could. And surprisingly, history have moved from that practice. And then now it is actually a shame in our village to pull a girl out of her school to get married before the age of 18. Change is possible, and it could happen very fast when you have a proper education, when you have the will of the people who are pushing for that change. It was a moment back in the 90s when all the elders in the village have agreed that no girl should be get married before the age of 18. It's actually a responsibility from every neighbor, every family, extended family, to keep the girls in school. If their parents cannot afford it, the community have to ship it. We learned that from our village, that society is able to make that change real for every girl and woman. So I also grew up that my village is a microcosmos of the world. If anything could happen, and if any solution happen in my village, there is a hope for the world to follow, because my village is the center of the world. And that's continue to be the case. So I would like to think everywhere I go, every solution I work on is a small representation of my village. So you're also my village now. And I hope I'm going to hear from you at the end of this presentation of what can we do to make gender equality in sport a solid ground. So quickly, I'm just going to go through 6 principles from the high up all the way to the details of every day today. First principle, it relates to women leadership in governance models. One of the most important things. From the top all the way down. You cannot make a real change without having a radical vision on the top of the pyramid. And that's governance, that's leadership. It makes things easier if you have that. Not necessarily is the only recipe to start with, but definitely when you have the lead of the organization are pushing for that change. In my village, it was the elders. It was the mayor of the village coming to this decision and then saying, we are all accountable for every girl. If the family cannot step in, we will. And those are the guidelines. It did help. No one wanted to defy those orders. No one wanted to defy those older men that for once stepped in for the rights of girls. But also no one wanted to play against the grandmas. They were the one pushing for that change from on the ground. They had the power to make that change solid and no one dared to take it away from them. And that's what we really want to have, that agreement, the vision from the top to say, the time is now. We are late, but we're never too late. We can do this together, and those are the first step to push for the change. Also, we have evidence that the more you have more women on those top positions, that increase representation. So it trickle down. It's the butterfly effect. The more we see the leadership, the more we see more women models in the top of the hierarchy, the more it inspires other girls to come to the sport and feel safe being there. But how can we do this? So the toolkit is offering you two details. One is how to assess where you are, how to know what is the problem, where is the challenge in your organization. And then the second part is now we know where we are, we're going to help you to get to where do you want to go. So you need to look into the gender equality, the policies and procedure. You need to analyze your organization, how decisions are being made in the organization. So regardless if you are a regional, a country level, or even a small organization, you need to understand the decision-making process. And then look into what is the ratio of women in the executive board. You know, the numbers that Bedru was showing us yesterday, is striking that Asia is a little bit still in the tail of the development or how other regions have done. This is a great opportunity for change. Yes, it is, a challenging number, but this means that with the radical changes could change really fast. You need to understand the ratios in the committees, but not only the numbers, you need to identify the barrier. Why did we get there? How did we get to this? What are the barriers for women representation and governance structures? And also the attitudes of those who are up there in the organization. And then we need to look into the organization history, the culture. What are those barriers that is preventing even qualified women from running for election? Sometimes actually a little incident, a little bit of a history that might not be documented could be a barrier of not even allowing women. Then we need to look into the opportunities and professional development. We know it's like one of those hard ones where there's always a push of like, but we don't have qualified women to run. It's an old excuse, it's always run, but it's also there are steps to do this. Even if you don't have the qualified women in place to run for such position, there are things you can do so you are in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, you can have a pipeline of qualified women to run effectively. Because the last thing you want to do is to put someone in a place where they cannot fill it in, because this could be also harmful to the whole cause. Then what can we do with policies and management? First, we need to ensure gender balance. This is the basics. There is a huge difference between gender equality and gender equity. Who would like to give me one difference between gender equality and equity? Anyone? One difference? Yes, please. Yes, great.
And when you give, that's equality. And when you give every person shoes that fits, that's equity.
Yes.
And
Example, thanks you, Chris.
Yeah.
Hazel.
And one more is our kids are not the same, so I could spend the same money on education for each one of my kids, but one of them needs tutoring and needs other resources because he does not get it right away and not need anything. So it's not equal that I send them to school and tell them, learn. I have to give the other one an equal opportunity by providing more for him to be at the same level as the next one.
Thank you so much. This is brilliant. And I guess you summarize those big differences. Where equality is a one solution fits all, we just give everyone an equal access, equal opportunity, the same resources that we give to everyone, regardless of who they are, what they need, or where they at, or where they want to go. Equity on the other side, it's more customized depending on the person. So instead of giving everyone a shoe, we can see who already have a shoe, and then we get them a t-shirt if they need that, or we go into further customization to that. The challenge with equity, though, it's very diverse. It's very abstract. And sometimes it could be abusive to use as an excuse not to do enough, because you cannot calculate it. With equality, we know you put the same resources for everyone. You know, we have 50-50, that's it. With gender equity, you can just run with saying, oh, the women didn't want it. No one wanted to apply. Or there is no obligation by the organization to actually do the extra mile to pressure the change from it. So it has its advantages and disadvantages. And I think this is something we need to look into it, of what would work better. Can you combine both to push for a good change? We're putting gender equality as a base, because most of the time it's really hard. Equity is hard. It's a lot of work. It does need more investigation. It does need more understanding of everyone, their needs, their history, where do you want to go, and like tailoring everything up to their needs. But most of the time, we don't have that space to go after each one of them. So sometimes equality could work as a first step. First, guarantee that everyone have the minimum access, minimum opportunity, minimum resources. And then when you have more resources, more time, you go more for customization, because women have inherited a lot of injustices. Historical privileges that has been given to men have been taking also a lot of the rights of. So we need to look into all of the details when we design our interventions. One great study that you will see in this is actually from New Zealand cricket, where they also noticed that they have, does that work? Do you see that percentage? What they noticed is that in 2015, the cricket, New Zealand cricket, only had 6% of their board director were females. Does that 6% remind you of something that Bidri said? Very similar case to where Asia and the Pacific are. But what they have done is impressive, because they started this work in 2015. And then when they discovered that they have a challenge with their leadership in the board, 60% is not something that the Kiwis would be happy about. They are amazing when it comes to their rights, so like, we need to do something about it. Then they started having this female leadership program, a framework that first started with, we need to have more women in the steering committee that is driving change. Whenever you're in doubt, ask women themselves. When you want to design something for women, put them in the leadership in the design of that change. So that's what they did with their group steering group. And that designed the rest of the process. They established a quota system. And they did it in a step way. First, they kind of suggested that you only have 2 female members in every district in their committee. A few years later, when they get that first done, they pushed for 40% of representation in all boards. So they get it, in a step forward. Not only this, they also started this female leadership development program. They wanted to make sure that they have one ready in the pipeline to take into some of those leadership positions. They also established this funding modality for those organizations that are willing to push for women leadership initiatives. So if someone wanted to do this, they were funding it. So they are also cascading that change. It's not even centralized within one. Really great story to start. Principle 2, related to violence against women in the sports. One case of violence against women is too many. It's harmful to so many, not only the victim. Because when it comes to violence against women in the sports organization, it only takes one case to have the whole community pull out from the sports organization or the sports center or from the court. Research is saying it again and again. Prevention is the best way to deal with violence against women. We need to prevent it from the very beginning. You don't wait for it to cascade, to escalate, or to be a problem. You prevent it from the first place. Okay, that's the best way and most effective. So you need to first do a mapping of what are the forms of violence that is happening, whether it's physical, whether it's sexual, or even cyber. Because now we're seeing more of the challenges related to technology-facilitated violence is more pervasive. And it could start from the court, the playing ground, and it goes online, or it could start online and goes all the way offline on the court. And that connection between what is online and offline is now becoming seamless in our world. We're spending a lot of our time with the technology. Then we need to analyze the organizational policies, problems, and procedures that is related to develop. And what we can do after we do this analysis, we develop policies that could help us get there. First, in the prevention. A lot of the organization, because of lack of investment, or sometimes of expertise, they focus on the protection side. Is that they wait until a case happens and then figure out how can we deal with it with the reporting, how can we deal with it with the safeguarding of the victim. But I guess the best policy and remedy is to look into prevention mechanism and then work with the coaches, the athletes, the manager, and have those policies on check and recheck, because also every society and every community, every sport might have something specific and unique related to it. This case study is coming all the way from Latin America, from Chile. What is really impressive about this case is that the Chilean Congress worked with the Ministry of Sports to design a comprehensive set of procedures related to how to tackle gender-based violence and violence against women within the sports organization. It was a huge issue that they made it that specific. But they did it with partnership with the Ministry of Sport. And those policies was also enforced on the national committees and the Olympic committees to follow and update their procedure. So in this case, we're seeing a change that's coming from top and then trickling down to. It looked into protection from sexual harassment, but also looked into investigation, reporting, and punishment within this procedures. Third one, investment in women sport and promoting equal economic opportunities in women and girls. I think has to do with a little bit of the creating equal opportunities for women to be the coaches, referees, the management. It is really fundamental to close the gender gap within the sports organization. And this has to do with also analyzing where we're at, looking into why we don't have that many in this position. What have we done to bring in more referees? It's 2025 right now. What is the percentage of those who are working on technical capacities? Even when there are opportunities or scholarships that people don't know about, why is that the reason? What are those barriers that does not allow women to enjoy those opportunities? It's a lot of analysis, but analysis and data is really important to actually make you design a better solution. So what is really cool about this is like it's just drawing your attention to some of the factors that might be the reason of why those barriers exist. And it can give you a better understanding of where you are. I'm gonna run quickly through this. This case study is coming from Brazil, the Brazilian Olympic Committee, where they also work on supporting a program that will shape the whole environment of sports. They create a framework, created opportunities to train the second line with funding related to capacity building, but also supporting other initiatives that is working on that pipeline of women working on the different aspect of the sports. They managed to increase the number of people of training athletes, coaches, referees in a very few years time. Oops. Okay. So one of the important part is media portrayals. The story matters. Stories of women shapes perception of the next generation, not only for girls, but also shapes the perceptions of boys, of men, who are sharing that same court. You know, the way we present women, whether they are champions, whether they're just normal, humans that are playing on the field, it shapes our social norms to make their experience easier, enjoyable, or harder and full of sexism and gender stereotypes. So the way we present women, it also has to be through the women eyes, the women voices. That's why we're pushing for more increase on the journalists that are covering sports. Having more women, commentators, reporters who understand the issues, who can avoid the sexist jokes and comments and questions that every probably professional athlete have gone through with reporters, it could eliminate those biases. Can shift our narrative from focusing on women clothing or their behaviors outside of the sport to focusing on their achievement and what they're going through. And this would include also including, we've seen that there was a report from UNESCO that almost only 4% of the content on sport that was covering women's sport. 4%. That's incredibly low. And we've seen in this region, we know for certain that in some sports, like for example in Korea, we have more female audience in the sports game than male. There is a huge interest. But there are also some studies that are saying 87% of both men and women have an interest in women's sports. So why we're not reflecting those preferences, why the whole industry is changing, and we need to change how we also reporting on it to show it. That will create more sponsorship for the athletes, will create more resources for the female-led sports organization. So definitely we need to increase the number of women working in corporate media, but also the percentage and making board trails, same guidelines coming from IOC. We also have some of those guidelines and stories for journalists or other medias to make their reporting more professional. The example of when women in news and sport, that comes from Australia. A really good example for a regional initiative that worked with training a second line of reporter from across Asia and the Pacific to be reporting. Really good example, and I would totally advise you look into the work that they have done and maybe participate on some of their work. Principle 5 is related to supporting girls in sport, physical activity, and physical education. That has to do with social norms, one of the biggest barriers for this region. And I know it's like really hard for national committees to increase that number, to promote it, because it also connects to other factors not related to sport. Social norm, traditions, stereotyping. It's also the general safety measures that is preventing, parents to let their, daughters to go to the playground or to be involved and away from their schools. So that will require a lot of work on the society and the community themselves. We need to identify the barriers. We need to look into the habits that differentiate girls and boys. We need to look into dropout percentage of why is this girl staying, why many are leaving. We need to look into this to can design more solutions to eliminate those barriers and create more opportunities for them to increase the number of girls. And that's, it's a long strategic positioning, but if you start with girls from that early time, I'm really happy that you did not stop weightlifting with the boys. And I hope, just imagine if she did, or her family was not that supportive, or she quit because she had pushed to other interests, we wouldn't have an amazing champion. And finally, and I want to refer with gratitude to the Brunei strategic plan that was actually including some of the work on, reporting or studies for data. This is really important, especially in a complicated issue like gender equality. You need proper research. You need to monitor where you are so you can know if you are actually doing all right or not. You don't want to continue in a solution that is actually not delivering results. And you keep going, and sometimes in the middle, you ask yourself, am I delivering impact? Am I doing it correct? But most of the time, we keep going because we invested a lot. And it's very hard to acknowledge that maybe our 60% success is not enough. We don't need to fully fail to recognize that in the middle of the road, we need to shift gear. We need to be flexible. We need to create a new way. We need to look into why those barriers exist that we did not plan for it from the very beginning. And that's okay. And I think that will require that the whole system, from management, from governance, from the funders, to be also flexible of giving a margin of mistakes to be done with experimenting with new solutions. Creativity, and I think that you dealt with this in the last session in this room, creativity is all about also taking risk. You might hit a solution that will save you years of work. But also if you fail, you will know, you'll learn if you have the data and reflection on why did we fail. And then we do it again and again and again because we cannot fail women and girls. Reporting is really important, and we'll also give you a really good example from the Oceania Football Confederation that looked into their playbook. It's one of the great resources that was looking into those 6 elements of participation: coaching, leadership, media, violence against women and girls, and policies. And they also created a scoring card to know if what you're doing in any of those work is actually working. So that's a really comprehensive way of doing an intervention, but also keeping yourself in track and in reporting on your success or capturing lesson learned related to that work. Okay, that's mostly it. And here's some more resources that you can look at. I guess there's been circulation of some of those from IC to some of our resources that are online. We're also happy to soon we'll be publishing this toolkit with more details and tools to help you in delivering. Gonna just open the space for questions, exclamations. If you have an input, if you have seen a good best practice that you would like to also share to relate. But I also have one question to you. From all of those 6 elements, which one do you think you can easily do as a national committee? Or which one would be really hard? And maybe we can start a conversation about what we can do about it. Also feel free to ask questions. Not that I'm going to answer it. I'm just going to refer it to all of you. Any questions? Something that wasn't clear? Yes.
You are presenting UN Women, right? Okay. Okay. So how can we benefit from the program? How to ally with UN?
Great question. One reason we're here because we have a common vision with OCA, with IUC, with also the great partners that that presented every day. I'm super grateful that you mentioned UN Women work that we do in collaboration. Sport is a major concern and also opportunity that we're looking into working with that. So that's something that's going to be up to all of you. We're offering you opportunities to connect you with our country offices if you want to do something on the ground. We're going to offer all of our resources are almost like free resources. They are available. But we're also looking into partnerships where we can do this in a strategic way. If you need help, we know that we work with a partner with a similar case. We can draw in the learning and some of those skills. So we could save you some time, not to start from zero again. But also, this is also us learning from all of you. Because, what we've seen in the past 2 days, you've done an amazing work. And some of the solutions you created are impressive. And it will be worth to also document it and adding them to those stories so that whoever have a need will also start from others. We're great about connecting people. You're the one doing most of the work on the ground. We might be holding some of the knowledge. We're good in gender. You're good in sports. So that's where our collaboration actually works when we all work together and complementing each other. So we're super keen and open for partnerships, but also for continuing this work with everyone. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? Because I think for a lot of the NOCs here, they're just starting. This is amazing. It's going to be such a helpful tool. But many of the NOCs are really just at the beginning of their journey. And some of the representatives that are here are looking to approach their leadership and to try and engage them. I know from my experience that leadership buy-in is the most important part. So how might they approach the leadership of their NOC or their sport ministry to be able to start them on that journey?
It's the $10 million question. I wish I have a really recipe for this one. But I think one big part is that Asia is in a critical moment in its history. And the world outside of Asia is moving toward that radical change that is being led and being reflected. I think it's a big part right now to stop and think, do I want to be part of that change that's happening in the world? As leadership, as an organization, as a duty to every girl and woman in my country. And I can pretend that it's not happening, but everyone else is moving. And with that, it also moves resources, or moves also other, national pride and security to see. It's really hard to pinpoint where to start, but any start at this point is great. So you also have the responsibility as focal point to make it easy for your national leadership to know that this is first, gender equality is not hard. It's hard work in the long run. It's a good investment. There are steps, there are knowledge, there are tools that you don't have to start from zero, and you can make your leadership a little bit comfortable. You know the environment very well, so I think you will also need to be smart about how to present it in a way that would not threaten others. But in the same way, you're also investing in your organization. Find a recipe. We've seen different solutions. You don't have to go radical right away. Do steps. Find an example that worked and you could cascade. But also, ask other women. Sit with a group of supporters within your office, strategize. Think together of how can you make that change. Sometimes it could just work out. You have a plan during your lunch break or your coffee with someone that can offer you an advice that could be the best one. Because, you know better the committees and probably you'll have better access to how it works. But never give up.
This is not really a question, just I wonder. You mentioned that Asia is falling behind. But Olympic Games came from the European continent, and our founding father, the most respectable and honorable Pierre de Coubertin, had a bias against women's sports. And that's why, is it because of that after 130 years we're still struggling with gender equity or things like that?
I mean, our whole history of the past, 5 to 10,000 years was an injustice to women, and our economy was built on keeping women in poverty. Our politics was kept in keeping them on the second level of just, you call in women when you need them, but you ignore them for the rest of the year. So I think it's a lot of inherited injustice, and it's not going to go away very quickly. But what we've seen, also Asia is amazing. Look at all of those amazing women coming in leadership, winning awards, scientists, ministers, prime ministers. We have more women in leadership in this region than any others, more than even Europeans. Think about it. You have more presidents and prime ministers that are women from Asia more than in other developing countries. So I don't think it's a challenge. And it's okay to be behind in one of those numbers as long that you're working on reversing these rules. We know that Asia is also very flexible. Once you start that train of change, it goes fast. We are feeding the world. Asia is dressing up the world. So I'm sure that, when that chain of change will happen, will also be reversed. It's not just going to be 6%. It will be even more and better. So it's just about, just making a little bit of step. Start with one.
Soro, thank you very much for your presentations. Yes, our Myanmar country is the being developing country, and our sports society trying hard to promoting sports in our country. But unfortunately, we struck the terrible earthquake. I know that you already seen and know many internet and many channels. So I would like to ask one question. What is it? for our sports society to rebuild and restore, and for the best way for your recommendations and for your suggestion for us. It is will be the best of our way. Restore and rebuild for our Myanmar Sports Society. Because of the biggest loss at many infrastructures for our stadiums and indoor stadiums and training venues and competition venues are break down by the earthquake. And many staffs are lost their housing and also including me and my leader. We are facing the terrible earthquakes, but we are lucky person, we are alive. But we need to have your head. We are sports society. We are sport family. So that I would like to know the best way of that to restore and rebuild our sports society. Thanks.
Okay, so Asia is, well, it's incredible with nature and resources. It's also one of the most fragile to climate change, to disasters. And it's very hard to start a conversation when like people lost their homes and economic, sources to say, let's do sport or let's go into women's rights. I don't see this as contradiction at all. The same way that a lot of the sports, the Scouts members has been helping with restoring and building, houses and building camps and helping with intervention. I think, sport itself can be a mean of bringing people together for social solidarities to build a better network. I think it's a matter of, I don't really have a recipe for you to say, like, here's how sport can help. I think there's a huge responsibility for major aid organization to support with reconstruction and support, and making sport reconstruction is also part of the reconstruction plan. A place is not a building, it's not a bridge, it is the people. And if we forget to include women in the design and reconstruction of their communities and what is work for them from the very beginning, we're always going to repeat the same mistake. We work on humanitarian aid. We work on providing help in the most fragile societies. And we know pretty well that if we keep women's agenda second and think that we need to offer one certain way or one recipe that does not include women in the design, in the aid, we will never go back because the resources is never going to be enough. And that's what is challenging with providing some assistance in humanitarian aid. That we are limited with resources and then we prioritize certain groups and those who are left behind. I think it's the more we design and co-design together, asking society to contribute to any plan, I think the better the plan will be, more sustainable, more inclusive. It's also, this is our mandate from UN Women. We always say, women bring in peace and prosperity to the community. The more you involve them in the planning and the decision making, the more that those plans will be more inclusive, will be more for everyone, because I don't want to gender stereotypes, but women do care about the whole society and offer more solutions that include not only them, their children, but it's also include the whole society. Just want to end up with saying thank you so much for all of the amazing work that OCA is doing and hosting. This is my second time to come. And every time I come, I go back with a lot of inspiration and respect to all of what you do. I know you're doing the best with the little resources and capacity you might have, but count on us as well. We are we want to work with everyone to drive that agenda. And hopefully next year we'll be coming out with, look what we have done together, or let's look into what you have, changed. And I'm hoping that that will be a good start to go from here. And then hopefully that whole industry and those numbers that Vidri will review every couple of years will be going up with little by little, or with a radical change. I'm still hopeful for all of that. But yeah, have an amazing rest of the training, and hopefully we'll see you soon.
Okay, last session of the day. Let's welcome Valerie Tarazi, OCA Gender Equity Committee Chair.
We are almost done. This is going to be maybe 10 minutes, but I think this might be the most important 10 minutes of this session. I just want to let everyone know how proud I am and how honored I am to be here with all of you and to have a great two-day session. I'm truly just fascinated and so impressed with everything that we've done. So my dad is one of my biggest supporters. We call him Manager Marty, which is funny because we have to separate like manager life from Val Tarazi's swimming life, and my dad. So he texted me this morning, and I'm bouncing ideas off of him on how to present this in the most effective way. And he said, it's one thing to come up with a strategy, it's another thing to execute. And ultimately, you want to get results. The results we want is more participation of women in sports. So let's look at these actionable steps to make this a reality. Looking at the OCA actionable steps, this is our call to action. We're going to continue to prioritize gender equity in this next cycle, meaning the next 3 to 4 years during my term here. We also are going to provide a sufficient support system and resources to assist NOCs in advancing gender equity. We're going to create specialized training programs for women leaders, coaches, and international technical officials in Asia. We're also going to incorporate gender equity initiatives into the Asian Games. Now, we can say this and we can do this as OCA, the IOC, UN Women, create all of these amazing programs for you, but at the end of the day, if you don't take them back to your own NOCs, nothing is going to change. First, we want to integrate gender equity into all activities, policies, strategies, while establishing and coordinated monitoring and evaluation framework to track this process. In 2 years from now, I want to come back here, stand before you, and to see all of our results go up. We want to see increased participation of women across all areas that we've discussed. We also want to make sure that we have a safe and inclusive environment for all women and girls to participate in sports that provide the necessary conditions to compete at the highest levels, including the Asian Games and Olympic Games. Again, we had our safeguarding workshop in Bangkok, and that was one of the first steps in ensuring that we have safe, inclusive environments. But again, you have to bring this back to your own NOC and implement. You've heard me say this probably 100 times now in the last 2 days, but we're going to advance towards gender balanced representation in decision-making bodies, ensuring a minimum of 30%. And align with the basic IOC principles of good governance. I can say it over and over again, but again, it has to be implemented. We talked about male allies today and how important that is. Creating mentors, having good people to be able to create change and support women in these roles. So as you go through elections, which many of us have, how can you mentor the next generation of women, the people that you already have with you in your NOCs. And lastly, we want to make sure that we strengthen the presence of women in leadership roles, like I just said, anywhere from athletes to administrative positions, in leveraging OCA programs that, again, we already have set in place. And the one thing that I want to stress is that we have these resources. We have all of these lists, UN Women, OCA, IOC. You're probably very overwhelmed, many of you, on everything that we have to offer. One, we are going to be sending out an email with the PowerPoints that have been presented. Two, I want to make sure that everyone has my contact information, WhatsApp and email. If you don't have it, please come to me. I will be sending you an email as well, so please look out for that. But I say all this, and let's go back to my dad's quote. We can create a strategy, we can create policies, but unless you implement them, nothing is going to happen. We are the biggest continent. We have 45 NOCs, and we have the most room for growth, and we can set the standard across the globe. So, I'm here, OCA is here, IOC is here. If you need direction, you need support, you need to find the resources. We are here to guide you, point you in the right direction. Together, as Asia, we are stronger together as one. Now, let's create the way so we can watch her shine. Again, I want to thank you all for being here. This is truly, like I said, the biggest honor. And a special thank you to the OCA staff who we have over here. So let's give them. And for Brunei and for His Royal Highness for having an amazing support for this event. And now for our closing remarks, His Royal Highness Prince Faisal is going to come up.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think you'll be happy to know this is probably the last time you have to hear me speak. I've done a lot of speaking in this conference. As chair of ANOC's Gender Equity, it's been my pleasure to have traveled the world and listened to the challenges that we face in dealing with this problem. Gender equity is not an option, it's a necessity. And that's what we need to focus on. I know a lot of people are concerned about resources. They don't either feel that they have the right tools, they don't have the right mechanisms. That's what Valerie is here to help in terms of both OCA and what Pedro is from the IOC. It's only through working together, it's only by learning from each other, building the networks that you have been able to establish here, that we're going to be more effective. And it is all about that integration. You'd be surprised the number of resources that are available out there that because of your or not knowing where to look, you're being prevented from having a major impact within your societies. So I urge you, I said one of the things, the number one principle we were talking about yesterday in one of the workshops, to encapsulate it in what I'm getting out of this conference, and that is learning. I use the word learning. We need to learn from each other. We need to learn from all the experiences that are there. And I've got all my other continental chairs are here. And you realize that it's not so different in the other parts of the world. We all think that we have unique environments, unique culture, and there's no way we can tackle this. We will tackle this. We will do it. It'll take time. No good thing ever comes easy. And this is for the good of your communities, of your countries, of the world that we're talking about. So I want you to be committed to it and to realize that this isn't something, and I'm talk with Valerie, I said next time we need the SGs, the male SGs from Asia to be here. They need to hear from you. They need to understand what it is to be a woman in a sporting environment in Asia. And you can then educate them, teach them what it is, because I think a lot of them are just not either listening or they're not interested, and they have to understand that this is not an option. This is not something nice. This is not a tick on the board. We've done the gender equity, okay, we're not listening. Together, we can work to make changes happen. I also said yesterday at one of the sessions, we're not doing it for us. I mean, I'm not doing all this for gender equity for me or for my generation. I'm doing it for my children, for my grandchildren's generation. If we don't make the world a better place, then they're the ones that are going to pay the price. And I have a foundation called Generations for Peace, and it is about that. It's about generations. We need to make the changes today so they have a brighter future. They have an opportunity that we might not have had or didn't have an opportunity to do it. Ignorance is no longer an excuse. And if we excuse this as an issue, then I think we're doing a great injustice to the world. So I urge you all, we are here, whether it's as ANOC, whether it's OCA, or whether the IOC. We need to tackle this, but we need to tackle it together, because that's the only way change is going to happen. And we are there to support you. We are there to get you to that finish line. And there's nothing more, being an Asian, that I'd like to see than those numbers in Asia improve. Because to me, that means I'm not doing my job, either as ANOC or as the vice chair of the IOC's Gender Equity Commission. I would not imagine that my home, Asia, would be the last on the list. And I urge you, and that's why I'm committed to make this change. We need to catch up. We have a lot of work to do, but I know you all have the courage to do that. We've heard stories of inspiration, of women who've overcome hardship and challenges and injuries and other things to make it. We can do this. And I hope that in a couple of years' time, when we get together, we will hear some of that success. We'll start seeing a change in those numbers. There's nothing that prevents us. We are 60% of the world's population. We can't stay behind. We need to move ahead. And if given the opportunity at the OCA General Assembly, I'll make that plea again. You have allies. You have people that are dedicated to make this world better. Use us. Use us whether we're in ANOC, whether IOC, whether OCA. Use the resources. Use the friendships that you've built to make a difference. Thank you very much.
Okay. I have a couple of announcements. So we will take a group photo on the stage. Before that, let me tell you a few points. So those who would like to join the sightseeing tour to the city must be ready at 7:30 in the lobby. Also, you will have the chance to try the traditional food of Brunei. If you decide to stay in the hotel, dinner will be served in the same location.
it feels like. So how it feels like, how it feels like. So how it feels like, how it feels like, it feels like.
Please, I would like all the delegates to come on stage. Please, come on. Please come up the stage.
Feels like. Feels like. Feels like. Feels like. So how it feels like, how it feels like. So how it feels like, how it feels like, it feels like.
Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control. I don't wanna keep on second guessing. 'Cause guessing is useless. Keep on second guessing. 'Cause guessing is useless. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I don't wanna keep on second guessing. 'Cause guessing is useless. Keep on exhausted tonight, 'cause I can't sleep. No, I can't sleep. I'll just lie awake tonight, 'cause I can't sleep without you beside me. If you could let me out of my body, this feeling's got me out of my mind. Lately I've been losing my direction. I know, 'cause I've been trapped inside this heart of mine. Without you beside me, feels like I can be myself with you. It feels like I can be myself with you. Without you, without you beside me. Without you, without you beside me. I'm exhausted tonight, 'cause I can't sleep. No, I can't sleep. I'll just lie awake tonight, 'cause I can't sleep without you beside me. If you could let me out